Hello, everyone. This is Jersey Lee Z. You may call me Lee, and we are continuing with Ace Attorney Chronicles. In the middle of, yeah, it's trial time. Was it? We haven't started this trial section yet, right? Have we? My God, my memory's awful recently, but I do know we have a waxwork lady, like Madame Tussaud, but like fake. What the fuck is her name? Madame Tuspells? She looks cool though. We've got to cross-examine her. I don't think she's the killer again. Yeah, we had a I'm pretty sure this is the recess. Yeah. It was a recess. Oh yeah, this guy's here. I forgot you weren't, you know, oversleeping again. Ah, the knight-errant himself! Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Shones? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. Sholmes, the best character, the most idiotic one, but surely one of the best. Glad you've been enjoying yourself. Oh, hello, Professor. Well, not that professor, but you know.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
A murderer? His deductions are always right. Always. Yeah, after I fix them from their, you know, completely errant course. Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yeah, you know your bestie Van Zieks, killed his brother. Ah, yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Dude, that's a murderer you're talking about. Stop laughing. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied with this case than any of us realize, isn't he? It's about time we get Van Zieks, like, lore, you know? I feel like it's been, I don't know, the accumulation of 2 entire games? Or 1.5 games, and we haven't gotten a speck of lore about this guy yet, other than the fact that he hates Japanese people.
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. It's relevant. It's not like I did it on purpose. Make it sound deliberate.
I can't help but feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
I bet it has to do with that dog collar, I swear to God.
Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sith, and Lord Van Zieks.
Oh, it took me a minute to remember who Drebber was. He's the robot.
It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Except for us, really. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
I mean, you're friends with Van Zieks, who is the brother of a victim of the victim. Wait.
Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
I mean, you're friends with Van Zieks. Who is this? Excuse me. Oh. Excuse me. Dr. Sith! Mommy!
Dr. Courtney Sith!
Nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? You fucking hoe. You knew this would be relevant. Ah, why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Well, that fucking snitch. Just a moment, let me move the old mic around. Oh, shit! Hold on. Sorry, I just... Jesus Christ, hold on. Give me a moment. Hold on, I just, like, degloved my entire mic stand. Just a second. That makes no sense out of context of, you know, since you can't see any of it, but... Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. I don't know if we have formaldehyde yet. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Sith. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm pretty sure that you're the killer, but, I don't know for sure yet. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. By which I mean confess? That certainly won't be possible. What? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. What? Is that allowed? Hello, is that allowed? Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor's case. Well, no one told me. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. It's inextricably, like, linked to this, though. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I honestly don't give a shit. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. So you, like, believe in vigilante justice is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing? And that's all I came here to say. Von Karma tactics, guessing Van Zieks is the ancestor of Von Karmas. I mean, maybe. They're equally scary. So, good day to you. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Susato-san, what the fuck is a Pandora? Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Why do you know everything and yet you're so stupid? I don't understand. You are a walking contradiction, and I have no evidence to fix you. Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. They never confirmed anyone's ancestors here other than Renosuke being phoenixes. Yeah, for sure. But, you know, it's nice to theorize. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Dog. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Even if you die, just keep going. Okay. I understand, I think. It's a little intimidating, but thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Oh, it's not gonna be like, you know, plot bullshit? What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. when you went to Japan, you went to the Capcom store, got this little mini plushie of Sholmes? Oh, fuck yeah. Marketable plushie. Let's go. I wonder if Sholmes would like being turned into a marketable plushie. You know, given his love for the spotlight, I think he would. It's time for the final chapter, then. I sincerely doubt it. Don't we have, like, 2 more cases? I'm determined to find the truth. Wait, is it 2 more cases, or is it 1 more case? I think it's 1 more case, actually. I think there's the determination of Ryunosuke Naruhodo after this, isn't there? No matter what. Yeah, because it was... I know there's 5 cases, but, like, what was it? It's Susato's case. It's the Natsume case. Is there one that I'm forgetting, or is this the 3rd case? This is chapter 3. Okay, cool. So there's 2 more, huh? Interesting. Let's interview the Waxwork. I think that's a good use of our time.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. The Vatican is now selling loose plushies? That's... You know what? Go for it. I guess they need the extra dough from the anime fans. I bought a little sticker of loose from a convention recently. Just because the thought of like a church sanctified anime girl is so extremely funny to me. Like it is the funniest thing I've ever heard of. Yes, my lord, the defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. Okay. Just because I get involved with important cases doesn't mean that, you know, I'm to blame here. I'm just him. There's a bunch of them. There's like 4 or 5 characters. Luce is just the main one. That's crazy. Do they have like a church sanctified Jesus anime plush? Her name is pronounced Luce. It's Italian for light. Oh, I see. This isn't the first time the Vatican did something involving anime. Yeah, but this is like the big one, right? Luce. See, but I think it's funnier to say loose, right? Because it sounds like it's short for Lucifer.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Waxwork was carnally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well, bring in the witnesses!
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. What? Oh, okay, crazy. Things are about to become a lot more intense. You are about to enter immersive storytelling mode. Are you ready? If Driver is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Sith.
And what connects the pair of them? Is the Waxwork.
I think it also, you know, might be that they have a kid together. Yes, the model of the professor. Can we take the mask off? That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. The other three are Faye, Shin, and Sky. Interesting. Is that Sholmes? State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Chispels. I am a waxwork artisan.
You work with the wax with a chisel, ma'am? Not entirely wrong. The name Lucifer means morning star. Romans use it in reference to Venus because it can sometimes appear in the sky as a second sun. Oh. See, I love learning etymological origins of stuff like that. But it's just also extremely funny to think of Lucifer and the church sanction anime girl as having the same sort of sounding name.
And the proprietress of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Copyright free. Copyright free. It's not Madame Tussaud. It's not Madame Tussaud. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
Susato, you are too much of a fangirl. He's not that impressive, girl. You need to let the Delulu go. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, it was not the true reason. I understand that it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. And to be quite honest, I think he's quite stupid. As Sholmes is so impressive, you take that back, never gets any deductions wrong. I guess after we, retcon them, right? This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He's part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Are you sure about that? Yes, but perhaps. Perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? Shh. I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential, even though I wanted to be there because my brother was literally fucking killed. They didn't let me watch the fucking trial, and it was fucking bullshit. God damn. So there's no way a random fucking waxwork modeler would have had the opportunity to see his face. I'm mad. I'm a little miffed. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
French.
What?
Quel? Is it quel? Quel dommage? It would seem you're unaware of the Chispel's principles. We use fucking magic, loser.
What principles?
The family to spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork. Waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects, including actual fucking witchcraft.
I like her theme.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. Shh. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. Although I must warn you, there is a price you must pay. About 5 shillings. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure.
You are so sussy, lady. Like, I know you're not the killer. At least I think you're not the killer, but like, you're so sussy.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles.
Huh.
I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head of in the cemetery just before the interment.
Huh.
I hid myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Creating a mold of a dead person's head? That's kind of crazy, lady.
As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Huh. That's crazy.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this! Oui? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do,
I mean, it's desecration of the dead, I guess. But he did murder a bunch of people, so like, maybe it's okay? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster!
Cool your fucking britches. Shh. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. I have a lot of free time on my hands. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from that time.
Huh. Is that supposed to be... what's his face? Was the ball mask to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre Theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theatre had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his ball mask there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him? What? Costing this city a great center for the arts? I don't know, probably. Drebber's dreadful encounter, so it is confirmed him, huh?
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
Huh. Interesting. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. Monsieur.
Yeah, true. I love absurdity. Show me this. Well, a great stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. I doubt it. Something rises from the grave. Criminal returns dead at night. Local cemetery. Mad sheep rampage. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Okay. Mad cow disease. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Huh. So Darwin is canon in Ace Attorney. Sorry.
That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Grand Exhibition, wasn't it?
Yes, that is correct. The professor you see before you here.
What if that's actually his corpse, you know? What if they just don't know?
Most puzzling.
Sometimes Venus appears at night alongside the moon. The Romans call it Vesper, or the evening star. Oh, interesting. I have seen, like, Venus in the sky. Although, you know, can't exactly see very much from the city in Jersey. But, yeah, Venus is pretty easy to spot because it's brighter and bigger than all the stars, you know, and it's more consistent. It doesn't, like, twinkle.
Counsel for the defense will proceed with the cross-examination.
Why me? Why always me? How come the prosecution never has to do it, huh? This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sith. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sith and Drebber were in on this crime together. Perhaps as lovers, or maybe more. Okay, special exhibitions based on a rumor of the Chalk Society.
Hold it!
Oh, sorry. And that rumor would be?
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Oh, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors.
Huh.
The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
It was Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back to the stone lamp covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. A young man who was there for what? Why has he got a sledgehammer? But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse.
and he fell motionless once more.
Maybe he was alive, and then he was just killed right then. You ever consider that, huh?
The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness who turned and ran for his life.
Are you sure about that?
The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it?
Nobody knows, even today.
Huh.
But remember, it was just a rumor.
Can't Drebber testify?
Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. And not the dub. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But it was just a story. Yeah? Uh-huh. Jersey City, not really. Yeah. Same with Gloucester, Camden. Light pollution without much... Oh, somewhere in the countryside without much light pollution. Much more likely to see present itself. Oh yeah, I've seen it. Oh, trust me, I've seen it. It's fucking... Like, the view of the Milky Way from, like, the dead middle of the woods is fucking gorgeous. It's so good. Like, it's so nice. I really wish you could see from where there's light pollution, you know? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable.
Huh.
Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle.
Okay, so is madame, like, you use that with older women? And then oiselle is for younger, or what?
When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth.
Yeah, duh.
Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe.
Well, thank you for realizing it. Makes one of us in this fucking courtroom.
Can we be for sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It wasn't. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Huh. Sorry?
10 years ago. I was there in the Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred.
Oh, I thought she said incinerated. I'm like, goddamn. Goddamn, bitch.
So I can assure you, the man was dead.
Sussy. Sussy. I see.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Van Zeeks isn't buying it either.
An impression of the visage taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tispel's family principles.
Hold it! Principles being always, you know, always take a mold while they're freshly dead. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I basically drown them in wax, and then if they survive, they survive. However, if they don't, I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
Wait, what? What sort of letters? Why?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No, really?
My museum is famous, monsieur. They would go down in history. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status, even.
Okay, but why would you? Just at, like, request. Do you take commission? Do the prisoners, like, I don't know. Like, do the prisoners just... Like... Like, any fucking random schmuck prisoner? Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of dispels.
You are so fucking sussy, ma'am. Okay. Just a second, let me hydrate. Okay.
I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
Show me the law. Aren't you the lawyer boy? Where's the law that says I can't do that?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by momentary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the,
I never know how to say this one. Raisin D tree. Raisin the tree.
The raison d'etre
I don't know.
of the Tuspas Museum.
It's the way it worked, bitch. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret!
I understand that's why it remains locked. We agree. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Raisin the tree. Shitty Raisin Company mascot. For sure. For sure. I mean... Can a shitty Raisin Company mascot get any shittier than just a sun with 2 scoops of raisins? Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
What do you mean by that? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui. Exactement.
Huh. And myself and Taylor gave me a signal. It was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. You know... Oh, as I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Oh. That's interesting. See, like... Is it him, or what? Like... I don't know.
His fucking jaw gone. It was kind of hard to sculpt. Without any reference.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly.
Huh.
Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver.
Please don't say that as you're chiseling Sholmes. It makes me very fucking nervous.
I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why? Why 3 hours? Isn't that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Wrigley Mortis? Yeah?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. Shit freezes up. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and flexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Interesting. But it can be easily influenced with, like, I don't know, heat? And, like, cold? Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one. Why do you just know all this stuff?
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's not... it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. You're effectively a fucking homicide detective, dude! Wonder what that information the courts just heard, from that Madame Dispels. It's always significant. When is it not, an ace attorney? The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course. I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling that, after this latest topic...
the atmosphere in the room has become extremely grave.
Oh, boo! Boo, Susato! This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Sometimes the bugs themselves are the killers. Oh, for sure. For sure, for sure.
Bien sûr.
Sorry, hold on. I gotta BRB real quick. I know I'm only like 40 minutes in. I gotta wash the tired out of my eyes. Give me a second. Okay. I'm back. I did that fucking, like, that, Ryunosuke, like, slap thing to the cheeks. Okay. It took you a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Huh.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Yeah, that's why you always see those zombies in, like, zombie flicks. That have, like, their jaw, like, rots off, because that's, like, the first place that kind of falls apart.
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
And, you know, the temperature in the room, but I guess they didn't have AC back then, huh? I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
I wonder if you, like hypothetically, if you died in a freezer, like a walk-in freezer, you know? Would your corpse just be, like, suspended in that? Would your corpse just be fresh until someone takes it out of the freezer or the freezer loses power or something? Really makes you think.
No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I still don't trust your dad. I'm gonna be real. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. I think I'd faint, honestly.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Yeah, Susato, you gotta pick up the slack because Ryunosuke is kind of a little baby. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
No, but they did have embalming. They embalmed Lincoln's corpse so much that when they opened his tomb to make sure he's still in it, it looked like he did when he died in 1865. God damn. God damn. Embalming is kind of crazy. I'm gonna be like, just the entire idea of, because I've like looked up the process before, right? And it's like, wow, they really bleed you out like you're a. They really bleed you out like you're prey from a hunt, right? Because they can't have any of that nasty blood running through you. So, like, I imagine they, like, flush you out with, like, formaldehyde or something. But it's just kind of crazy. Like, what embalming... It's also, like, older than I thought it was, you know? But it still, like, begs the question, would you still rot in a freezer, you know? Or, like, would... I guess your body would be, like, fucked up because the water in your body would expand, yeah? You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day, then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
That's a lot. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. How you just know that? What? So, wait, how do you know? Wait, how?
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
You just have this, like, encyclopedic knowledge in your head? This was 10 years ago. Doesn't the time the sun rise, like, each equinox, like, change by the year? How the fuck do you know this? What? It really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Oh, she's mad. This is a mad animation. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
Sorry, why are we not questioning how she, like, robbed a grave, right? Like, can we talk? Madam, there's details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise. Could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
Ironic for the land of the rising sun. That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, and I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Why? Why the fuck would the warden of a prison patrol a graveyard? Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then?
No, I wouldn't make any profit if I did. I already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret,
What? Yeah, you can. What? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day. Why do you have scrolls for this knowledge? I feel like that's not an efficient use of paper. Or parchment, whatever. Which means it would have been around full when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Huh. So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
There's probably a time thing. They're mentioning the time a lot. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. Oh, so... Bitch, it would have already been rotting by the time you started. You ho. For some reason, Dr. Sith went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor had to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. No shit. Nuh-uh. Wait, hold on. Let me save. I think this is the one that's it's like in direct contradiction to, because it had to have been, you know, it had to have triggered rigor mortis unless it was like cold as shit that day. Or would cold as shit? I don't understand. I've watched so many fucking Detective Conan episodes, I should know this, but like, I think rigor mortis, I think, sets in earlier, if it's heated, right? Which is why, like, if they're exercising before they die, rigor mortis sets in earlier, right? So cold would probably make it take longer, right? But it was 17th of June, right? Wait, hold on. I gotta check the autopsy report. Yeah, June. So it... And this is Northern Hemisphere, so, like, it can't have been, like, it can't have been cold. At least not overly cold. So, yeah, no, that's bullshit. It had to have.
Objection!
Bye. Nuh-uh. And Madame Tispels. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? Yeah, I was about to. Stop interrupting me. According to her testimony, Madame Tispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are? Yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sith's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui. Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong, and you know what? I'm gonna update the autopsy report.
Objection!
Fuck you, Courtney! No coroner makes mistakes when reporting the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Well, in that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible!
Order! Order! Council, this is beyond folly! Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sith, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
By extraordinary!
Mayday!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? And why are you pushing so hard against this, Van Zeeks? I'm trying to figure out the truth of your brother's killer. Come on, man. The professor died that night, without question. They told me so. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? He didn't die at... Are you insane? Oh my god, he survived! No way! What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but to explain the link between Dr. Sith, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Oh, he popped out of the grave because he was alive. Yeah. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Take that!
He rose from the dead because he wasn't actually dead. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article, and Dr. Courtney Sith, née Stevens, is a fucking liar. A liar and a hack. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Actually, hold on now. Drebber was wearing this fucking camera. Open the fuck up. Wait, no, it's on the other side, isn't it? Fuck. He was wearing this fucking camera, which has a blood stain on it, so he fucking killed that dude at his own grave. That man was buried alive, which is kind of fucking horrifying. How come we can't, like... We looked at this, right? Yeah, dark stains visible on the bellows. Okay, cool. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? Oh, I'm fucking serious, baby. The point is, that, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed!
May we? The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
I don't know French. I'm so sorry, French people. Of course there was a witness. The story did write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, that was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
He's literally in the fucking courtroom right now! Actually, is he? I don't know. No, he was, right?
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. We literally just cross-examined him. What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you have identified the person in question? He's literally in the article.
That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible
That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place.
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. Somewhere in the courtroom. I don't know where you are, actually.
You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Dude, are you blind? Are you fucking blind? The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber?
The previous witness!
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave. And beside the tomb, how did he even emerge? Like, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. I think they should have, like spun the camera around for that scene. That would have been cool. He's younger and slightly less robotic.
Order! 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 Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there? In Lowgate Cemetery?
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Wait, how? Did she just... Hold on, how did she not know? She literally sculpted his fucking face! Huh? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. And how did, is that the actual camera, or what?
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No! What that would mean?
Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
No fucking shit. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. God damn it, did they not actually kill my brother's killer? Fuck!
Yes. Yes, of course.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. I ran out of breath. 10 years ago. Was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
That's bullshit. What are you talking about? It literally says his name. Mr. Drebbers. It's right there.
That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Oh, yeah.
The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown in court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article.
Goodness me, yes, here it is. Talk about shit journalism, honestly. A university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was truth or not. She's like,
oh goddamn, that shit's gonna make me bank.
I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Yes. I veritably, you know,
what's the,
waterboarded, or I guess waxboarded the man. Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Okay, but what about the fucking camera? What about the camera? Explain the camera, girly! So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. Why did he even go there? But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though what the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. The build, again, everyone's seeing it from 60 fucking feet away, or whatever. Whatever the fuck they use in Britain land. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sith would have noticed immediately. Unless she's fucking lying! And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sith put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. Okay. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Is it? Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Huh. Ugh. Huh. Are we sure that he's not the killer? My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sith to the stand. And I don't care if Lord Strongheart says no. I don't care. You're more powerful than him right now because it's your courtroom, Your Honor. Or, wait, what the fuck do they call him again? Hold on. My lord. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. They fucking...
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sith is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
Come on, Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks, you know you want to fucking give into this. This is literally your fucking brother's killer we're talking about here. This is your brother's killer we're talking about here. She lied. She is a hack. She didn't even check that he was fucking dead. Do you really want to let a woman like that get away with this? Come on, I'm like the devil on his shoulder. Come on, Van Zeeks. Do it for your fucking brother. Who you love or something? I don't know.
She told us so herself, didn't she?
Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. Come on, bitch, fall for the bait! He's really thinking. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Fuck the rules! I don't care. I've received that order, and I've deemed that it was a stupid one. So fuck you! Let's fucking go.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
I don't fucking care! The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Not Lord Strongheart, fucking me! Yes! Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith both take the stand together. Oh, couples reunion.
Order! 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 Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send the subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Sith of the Forensic Investigation Team.
I mean, I think she's already here, because she dropped by in the fucking antechamber.
The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, and Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sith. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Here we fucking go. Jesus. You're still here, girl? Thank you for your attendance at such a short notice, Dr. Sith. You fucking hack.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. My man has his priorities straight. Good for you, Van Zeeks. If there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. He feels like an Edgeworth, honestly. Like, he has the bitch attitude of Avant Karma, but he has the conviction and the morals of Edgeworth, you know? Who I guess in a sense is Avant Karma.
Oh, you poor fucking shit. I'm getting Strongheart to dock your salary.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sith, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Interesting. He's not saying shit. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sith's. A secret so profound it can compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. I don't know if it goes that deep. I think they're literally just a thing. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So he was the student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he?
And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Mr. Robot time. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. In a court of law, to... Why does he do that? Very well then. If everyone so wishes. I love his theme too. It's so bouncy. I love that. I just wish his little, like, hand TikTok motion synced up to the music. It would have been cool. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Sith is like, don't you fucking dare.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the evidence of the night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish. I just want to see a breakdown, because I think it'd be cool with his entire thing. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was at Lowgate Cemetery all those 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. What? Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What? What do you mean? Why? Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sith would have been working together.
I think that's not the reason in the first place anyway, so maybe it's fine?
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Care to elaborate?
I'm just a freak like that. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. If you just dry age that shit for a little while, people will think it's a mummy, and then you can sell that mummy dust because people put it in their coffee or tea or for some fucking reason. It's honestly a little bit grotesque, and this is a real thing. They made mummy coffee or whatever the fuck. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of those so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale! You would invite divine retribution, sir!
I'm already a scientist. I don't quite agree with the church. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. How'd they get a picture of you? How the fuck did they get a picture of you? That's the question, you know? I see. Oh, actually... Oh, it's an illustration, my bad. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. All for a little bit of clout, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
I don't know, man. This one's pretty fucking sus. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. This one sounds like a straight-up lie, I'm not gonna lie, man, so good luck. I don't think you'll need it, though.
At once, my lord. I love his animation so much. I love this character in general. Like, look at him. Like, he's cool as fuck. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you need only look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. I mean, you did have a shovel. That's true. Wait a minute. Hold on, though. Is there a picture of the fucking, waxwork exhibit? Didn't he have, like, a sledgehammer? No, I guess not. The lantern and spade. And who on earth would want to bury a dead body?
Any major hospital.
Wait, what? Oh, who on earth would want to buy a dead body? My bad. A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. In fact, the Grand Executioner of Paris, French Revolution... Actually,
I don't know. When the fuck was the French Revolution? Is that before this?
The Grand Executioner of Paris, Charles Henry Sanson, was quite the doctor himself. He tended to, you know, study his victims, his executionees, if you will, and grew herbs in his garden to tend to the poor with the medical knowledge that he gained. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means.
You know, that's something that I've always been, like, curious about. How come, like, when you sign up for being an organ donor or whatever, there isn't also a checkbox to say, I'm cool with donating my body to science, you know? As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. 1798 to 1799. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, well before this game. So, you know, that's a reference she could have made, probably. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. I was poor as shit, and I was a, you know, grad student with no money to speak of. I'm just trying to make it through the day, man. Oh, 1789. Okay, I see. I was about to say, that's a very short revolution. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. Oof, academia is rough, huh?
I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this aberrant behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did, that I regret to this day. Illustration in that newspaper article was based on... what is that?
Hold it!
That strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. Wait, what? Wait, I thought you were claiming that you were lying. What do you mean? What do you mean you were shaking like a leaf? But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. Those bitches will post pretty much fucking anything for clout. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. Honestly, it's pretty fucking boring without the internet. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Talk about journalistic integrity. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? We already confirmed that that one's legit, because he fucking sketched him. That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. How'd he get your hair color wrong? Oh, wait, no. It went shock white, didn't it? Like... Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters want to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed the illustration, portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well... Thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students in the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. I saw a ghost, dipshit. Why is he so cool? He's like so fucking weird, but he's so cool. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. I mean... maybe not real resurrection, but there is the Fae Clan, you know? There are the spirit mediums. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Hold on. I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model from from wax.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and for myself, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. Which is a laughable amount now, but I guess it's a lot then. So you readily consented to having waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Oh! The fucking camera? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame?
His camera.
Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Why?
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Truspel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yeah, interesting. Okay. The actual camera. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
Why'd you give up, man? This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. You're not a model prisoner? Damn, even Frank saw it's a model prisoner, man. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Damn, even though your fucking dean is your principal's the snitch? Undeserved, man.
Mon Dieu. I had no idea.
And having run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. Yeah, pretty much. You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I don't admit shit. I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Courtney, you sussy bitch. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
Oh, what circumstances? Sorry. I'm getting sniffly. It's the goddamn British accents. They always make my nose sniffly.
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sid's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yeah, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sith are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
That's bullshit, you fuck.
Objection!
What? That's fucking bullshit. Something about that statement seems odd.
Mull over it as you fucking leave this country. We are racist. Okay, bye.
You suck. God damn it. What? What? It evidence! You saw the fucking professor! You shit. I'm mad. I swear to God, if I have to investigate this and then look at the fucking bellows again, I swear to God. No, it's already... It's blood. Okay, then what the fuck? It's not this? Dude, can you shut up with your fucking thing right now? There's something wrong with this statement, with this evidence.
I'm racist, also you get a penalty!
Yeah, for real, what the fuck? Dun, dun, dun. Na, 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 na. I don't understand what the fuck they want me to do. Fuck me, dude. I'm an idiot. I didn't even fucking see that. Wait. I'm stupid. I didn't even see his fucking... I didn't even see Odie Asmon's fucking signature here. He's the reporter? What? Huh. But I don't know if that's related here. Shit. What's Trevor up to? Why would he change his tune? Circumstances changed. Something about Sith, yeah. I have to prove he really did see it. Okay, so wait, it's gotta be this statement, right? Fuck! It's gotta be this fucking statement, right? But like, what do they want from me? I literally presented the fucking camera that has his blood. What else do they want from me? Like, yeah, you did? Like, what?
Objection!
Really? Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. Maybe I'm trying to claim, like, oh, you can't have... Like, you claim that the newspaper ruined your life, and yet you still willingly work with Odie Asmon? Is that what I'm trying to say? I don't know. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. Wait, is it this easy? A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Oh, okay, I guess. Wait, it was that easy? What the fuck? I was overthinking this shit! Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in that closed court's ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Oh. I mean, I guess.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
And honestly, I didn't even see the fucking mask in the picture. I thought it was just like a fucked up boiled face. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... Error. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber.
Fuck, this guy is good. It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? Bruh.
What is this copium?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not gonna concede that point. Shit. What I, in fact, witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
Okay. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Some of them were my classmates. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from the bacteria during dissections. Metal masks just kind of sounds like you're trapping the bacteria in. Like, I know they didn't know that a long time ago, but, my man, don't know if that's how bacteria works. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? Honestly, I wish I'd thought of the idea.
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Trevor, you gin from case closed looking ass. Yeah. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
The what? If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. And she's like, that's fucking bullshit.
Excuse me!
Madame Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Thank God everyone has extremely easy tells, because, like, I don't have fucking Apollo Justice eyes.
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? You fucking snitch, bitch. Snitches that are bitches get stitches.
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Shh. Including the gunshot.
Stop. Oh my god. You might want to watch your tongue, you know, lest I cut it out and feed it to you.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Let her cook! Please, Madame Tispels, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. In fact, as I was, making a waxwork model, you repeated the story quite a number of times. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Shut up. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making this all up.
That will do! Y'all need to calm the fuck down! Mr. Drebber!
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Tispels? That's kind of sus, man.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect us...
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
It's not baseless, my lord. I literally have a camera. Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
I assure you, it's very based. Based on what? There. Very well.
Van Zieks wants this man dead.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood.
Hold it!
Yet Madame Tispels has testified that you told her about both of these details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Fucking unfortunately. Ah! Tell me, Madame Tispels. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood in that apparently splattered on him?
Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
Well, it's not quite in the middle of the chest. It's a little bit to the left, but you know.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing toward the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. Is that a witch? How much have I missed? She's a fucked up, like... I guess she's not fucked up, but she's like a copyright-free version of Madame Tussauds, which is a... like, Madame Tussauds' Wax Art Museum is a museum that houses, like, hyper-realistic waxwork models of various, celebrities and historical figures and such. I've actually been there, to the one in New York. I don't know if there's others around the world, probably, right? But I've been to the one in New York, and shit's eerie. Shit's eerie. So not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it.
We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
No.
Objection!
Literally no. Oh, and as for why she's a witch, I don't know. I think because they changed Madame Tussaud into Madame Tuspels. Like spells like a witch, so I guess that's it. I don't know. But she's hot. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? You have to deal with Philly drivers and their assholes. Are the drivers from New York as bad or worse than Philly? I mean, to be honest, asking the wrong person. I do not drive that often. But from what I know, people generally dislike Philly drivers more than New York drivers. But I think that's because New York drivers were just kind of used to them going in and out.
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. Sorry. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. Fuck. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Oh, shit. What's that? There, just on the bellows. I've never heard you say hold it before, Van Zeeks. That was a little intense, man. That was a little intense. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Sith?
Damn, that's crazy. Bringing her into it? Damn, that's crazy.
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspels' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Yeah. Oh, he's doing the gyroid pose again. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone?
Shit. Oh, Mr. Sholmes! Do your thing! He's looking at Sith! He's looking at Sith again! Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Council, who is it then? Is it the person he's literally fucking gawking at right now? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Fucking Courtney!
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Sith.
Sith?
That hack!
Whatever do you mean?
Fuck you. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was that country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal!
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? Okay, then he wasn't fucking dead, dude. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Ooh, who's gonna tell Van Zeeks that the, immediate success chance for, hanging someone by the gallows is, actually not that great? Why do you think they invented the fucking, guillotine over in France, my man? About 100 years ago now. Think about it. Think about it just a little bit. You know?
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
You? Whore. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Sith would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Sith wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ooh, got him. Damn, I haven't gotten a reaction out of this bitch yet. Cosmo, can you please react to this? Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Is he still gonna throw the glass in the direction of the lamp behind him? Because, he might hit Cosma and it scares me.
Oh, goodness me!
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? I don't know. Maybe Courtney? I have no idea at the moment. I have such little idea that my fucking model is frozen. Holy shit, hold on, give me a second. There we go. Okay. Philly drivers cut you off, don't use turn signals, make unpredictable lane changes, make illegal stops, moves, and move slower than a snail. I'd believe it, yeah. I've heard a lot of complaints about Philly drivers. Fucking... driving's complicated, I guess. And some people just don't have any regard for other people. I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Wait, what? Sorry, what was the... Oh yeah, who pulled the trigger? And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine a sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money into the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Are you sure about that? Because it seems to me that the paper that ruined your life, was published by the guy that you killed? Think about it. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no.
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance to before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Shit. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? He dodged! Okay, thank God he dodged. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Shit. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Avon to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And honestly, if I had not chanced upon it, I also would not have seen. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I did that earlier. It really does wake you up, honestly. Just like a little splash of water to the face and a good smack to the cheeks. It's great. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Oh, let me present the contract first.
Take that!
Mr. Drebber, I have here the contract that you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Not everything's about money, bitch. No, I'm afraid not. As it turns out, this contract actually helps to establish the real motive for the murder you committed.
It does? Well, I never!
Fuck you. What are you talking about? Read it again, you idiot. I'm not finished. Let me cook. In order to demonstrate what your motive really was, I need this contract and one other piece of evidence. What other evidence? Don't fucking drag this out, man.
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the contract, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
The article. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? No? There's one more detail, bitch. That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Thank you for proving my point. You have very much, vitriolic feelings towards this fucking article. Which proves...
Objection!
But there's something significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? Signature. Signatura.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature? Was he like a fanboy or something?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah! As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. Oh, shit. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing, and honestly, he's pretty fucking good at art. I don't know why he became an investor and not just continued being an artist. I guess, money. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord! Yes, they're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. Bro fell.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Hello, he just fucking explained it. That article ruined his fucking life. Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I mean, if you're scamming people for, if you're scamming people for money, you might as well just, I don't know, what's it called? Use that money to do science shit anyway? Do you need, I guess you need, legal rights to study something, right? At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. I'm sorry, and you knew this fucking information? In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Asman. Enough! I mean, I'm gonna be real, dog. Academia is pretty shit anyway. I think you dodged a bullet. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Meaning the professors would constantly fucking take off, papers and publish them under their own name. But I'm sure this problem will resolve itself in 100 or so years' time, right? Right? Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some rich or another after all.
Good gracious!
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Then why are you so aggro about it then? Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, you're just salty, man. Do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? Fuck academia. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. Do I? Do I? Oh, the fucking trophy. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. What? What? Who? Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Shit. It's that. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science.
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It shows that he, is clinging to the past and he should see a therapist about it. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article and also, robbing the ribs. Fuck. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Breakdown? 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 Oh no, he's just sad. The truth is... Finally! He's gonna fold. No! No, don't jinx it! Fuck! You're back. Also, Vivid Stasis updated. Oh yeah, that's why it's on the schedule. Let me guess. Hold it. Yep. Oh, I didn't even... I figured she'd sigh.
Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it. All of it.
What? There's more to this shit. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. He's supposed to have a fucking breakdown, girlie. She's covering something up by confessing for him. Like, I think she might be, like, throwing him under the bus to save her own ass, you know? But she's got to be hiding something of her own. Like, right? What? What are you doing? Girl, I thought we had something together.
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good lord! Dr. Sith, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
Yeah, I'm saving my own ass. So, my own ass. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating.
Are you sure? Are you sure about... Sorry, hold on. What is that paper? What is that paper? I need to know. What is that paper? I need to know. What's the paper for? Who's the paper for? What's the paper?
That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else.
Ah.
There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Sith, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said.
You sus as fuck! Nuh-uh. Not with fucking Stabby McStabby daughter. Like, there's no way you're fucking innocent in this, bitch. You are throwing him under the bus and you know it. And I know it, but I can't prove it, so fuck!
I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Fucking bullshit. You're evil as fuck. I know it. Why on earth would you buckle now? Come on, babe. I thought we were in it together till the end. Isn't that what you said on our wedding vows? I still think they're a thing. I still think they're a thing.
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate in a murder. Sorry. I'm gay. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
Ah, yes, because making a mistake, quote unquote, like making an error 10 years ago is so severe that you would become complicit in murder. Like, in the present day. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Van Zeeks, you don't believe this bitch, right? I don't believe this bitch. You don't believe this bitch, right? So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplices admitted everything. Well, you know, happy wife, happy life, even if it's in prison. Surely, it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Fuck you, bitch. I'm divorcing you and taking the kid with me. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Come on, man. I gotta progress the plot. Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Bitch.
Fuck you. I know you're fucking guilty.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Fuck! But she's not innocent! Fuck! No, this is gonna be a repeat. This is gonna be a fucking repeat of the McGilded trial. I'm gonna lose my fucking badge because it turns out that we didn't get the entire fucking truth out of the witnesses. Fuck me! Ugh!
This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. That's your friend! Isn't he one of your closest friends? Yes, exactly, and that's why I can throw him under the bus so easily.
As the court has heard, Dr. Sith has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean?
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
I find things quite objectionable, but I guess that's fine. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto! But there's so much more to this case, Susato! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. But there's more to it, Susato!
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
Fuck, do I have any fucking evidence to, like, I don't have anything else. I guess the head? Can we talk about the head? Can we please unlock the head? Please! It's very important to me. I need to know. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Finally, an Ace Attorney game where the defense doesn't have to figure everything out just to get a not guilty. Yeah, but I feel like I'm gonna be like, there's more to this case. I'm sorry. I know that I win, but like, I need to know. Why did Dr. Sith suddenly admit to it like that? Because she's covering other shit up. She's admitting to a crime that is lesser to the crime that she's actually guilty of. Is everything all right, Mr. Naruto? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Oh, fuck! Do I do my job or do I pursue the truth? Let's be so real. This is not a fucking defense attorney game. This is a fucking detective game.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. Naruto, just defend Sith if you want to stay on the case. No, I don't want to defend Sith. She's evil.
I beg your pardon, you're about to win, man. Why are you throwing away the W like that?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
I'm not ending this like the fucking McGilded trial, okay? I'm drawing out the truth and nothing but.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? I'm playing at the fucking truth, Van Zeeks. Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? Because I'm not here to win. I'm here for the fucking truth, okay? That's what Kazuma would have wanted. By the way, love you, babe. Mwah! No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Well, call me crazy then. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? It feels wrong, Susato. That's kinda gay. It's very gay. I would hope so. The truth, the whole truth, and the way to bring it all out into the open. Right? Yeah, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. That's kinda crazy, considering how fucking stupid he is. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. Duh. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. God damn. Shit. Sholmes is amazing. Sure. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sith.
Testimony from me? About what?
She looks like, Blanche? Blanche? That fucking it's the Team Mystic, team leader from Pokemon Go. That's what she looks like, but if she weren't blue. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Are you two fucking? I need to know! Huh.
In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed.
I doubt it! Your daughter, question mark, is probably his daughter, question mark.
So stop wasting everyone's time.
Ah!
As his lordship made very plain, Your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him.
Just because two people have white hair doesn't mean they're together. It does when their daughter has white hair! Listen, I know it's true. She had a cross. Look, they both have crosses on their lapels. Their daughter has a cross on her lapel. And she's crazy like both of them. Think about it and tell me that I'm wrong.
There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh, Vanzeeks, thank you. Cosmo, you're not gonna do anything about that one? Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. Whoops. You saw that, right? Assistant? I still don't know what to call you. Like, you don't have, like, a nickname or, like, a temporary... Do you want me to call you, like, John Doe or something? It's kind of awkward, man. I just say, like, you there, but it's a little informal. You know, it's a little impersonal. You know, if I'm going to take on an apprentice, I would like to at least, you know, have a name to call them. Do you prefer John? John Doe? Is that good with you? I'll call you John Doe. Okay, John Doe. You saw that, right? Is Vanzeeks gay or European? It's hard to guarantee, honestly. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Vanzeeks?
This man is gay and European. And neither is this Grace. We've gotta stop your being a completely closet case. It's me, not her, he's seeing, no matter what he says. Sorry, I'm not gonna sing the entire song. The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
I'm fucking serious. If there is more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Because guess what, bitch? This is fucking personal.
You'll what?
Lord Vanzeeks, finally, you're coming around, man.
This is most irregular, to say the least. Why are you two so, like, I don't know, buddy-buddy all of a sudden? However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request.
Do I have no power in this court unless Vanzeeks backs me up?
Dr. Sith, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement with the murder apparently committed by by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Fuck y'all.
The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket.
Quick cue! Hold on. Okay, there's nothing here. I was just wondering, you know?
The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Nuh-uh. There's literally glass in the background. There's literally glass in the background. Unless she brought it there for pictures. I don't know.
The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Sus. Sus. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception.
So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
Don't call me that. I'm not interested in voluptuous women like you. Or women at all. So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Susato, on the other hand. Now, Susato's got a girlfriend back in Japan. She's not gonna do that to her.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. This bitch is sauce! Just look at that expression on Dr. Sith's face. Is that not pure evil? It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Do you have any prior experience to them?
Very well, if you so desire, Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Why are we still doing, like, Van Zeeks versus me? Like, we're on the same side here, brother. I'll begin at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. From what you described before, it sounded like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
You have matching motifs! That's fucking false! Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it.
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Just gotta get a new horse, and a new shed. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. Could you try stating something less obvious next time? So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded that the victim's body... as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork?
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tispel's. I see, and then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Then why did he keep the head?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage to go where. I thought I'd make it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Sure. Assume what you like. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this.
Ah, yes. The instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmon.
So you mean that was your doing? See, but that's such bullshit, though. Because, like, oh my god, did my fucking model freeze again? Oh no, we're good. Why is... Oh, I'm not moving, though. Hold on. Give me a moment! Where the fuck is my... There we go. Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. There we go! We're working. Yeah, but that's such fucking bullshit, though. Because... if they had not implicated that Harebrain did it on purpose, then he would have just gotten manslaughter and you would have still gotten away with it. Like, why is it important that Harebrain gets charged with murder, you know, and not manslaughter? I don't understand. Like, I think that's such bullshit that you had to fabricate the fucking murder, right? We got a schmoove indeed.
And took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor! Yes, what of it? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Sus. If it was manslaughter, they'd still have to go after Drebber for his part. Murder would just be Harebrain. I mean... I guess.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it and leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
No. I'm calling it now. Her daughter did it. Her daughter definitely did it. Drebber would still be a part of the manslaughter for making the device. Yeah, I guess. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report. As a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So the actual cause of death was...
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word!
I don't know, man. I feel like you just break your legs and then maybe pass out. And then, you know, you die from getting stabbed or something. What is it, Miss Usato?
Something about Dr. Sith's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yeah, mine too. Nuh-uh! Dr. Sith.
Fuck you want now. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
Sorry, I kinda don't have a volume knob on this thing. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Wait a minute. But no, because she could have just put it back on top, right? Fuck, what's it called? The screwdriver, right? I was thinking, like, maybe we could say, like, oh, like, this, we found the screwdriver up top, and therefore it's impossible for you to have done that? I'm saving. I think my gut instinct is what she did to the victim is what's sussy here. It's like there's no way for us to prove, like, forensically right now, like in this time period, there's no way for us to forensically prove what exactly killed him, right? So it's gotta be what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point.
But I'm training. I'm trying to get my wind powers. The prosecution concurs. You're also pointing. Oh, it concurs with me. Okay. It's just two fucking bozos pointing at a sussy woman.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
Fuck both of you.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse, where it lay into the toppled cage, and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this?
Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change, huh? You know, I guess it makes sense that it'd be really easy for you to, you know, fuck up a corpse.
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. You fucking psycho bitch. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids.
I'm not flirting with a corpse. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you?
If you wish. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
Hold on. Stood over the victim's corpse. What the fuck else do I need? I don't know. Okay.
Hold it!
The entire team in perverting the course of justice?
I did it for justice, you fucking coward. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We cooperate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
That's not good. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dared to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Ugh. She has no shame.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
You are a lawyer! I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now can we move on?
Truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had protected.
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secrets is out now anyway.
Yeah, but I might have gotten away with it. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Seuss!
Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
I don't understand why we're treating, like, her making the mistake of, you know, what's-his-face being dead as, like, some big motive for her to, like, willingly work with this guy. Because he got shot right after, so who the fuck cares, right? Right? Like, yeah, it's like a stain on the fucking forensics investigation, like, glory or whatever the fuck, but it's like a minor stain, you know? Nearly froze over under that cold stare as she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruto.
So that's her story.
She's admitted to everything and revealed her true involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. I don't see anything wrong. Oh, hold on. The fucking blood flow. The fucking blood flow goes down. If she stabbed him while he was lying down, the blood would not flow like that. Could Susato kindly wear her hair down so you can pat her? You can pat her with her hair up. My brain has expanded. Blood flow low. Blood flow lady. Got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Oh shit.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sith, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. Please, I need to fucking know. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Nuh-uh! Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Right fucking here! Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no, that's not what happened!
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sith made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim... Get fucking overruled, Fancy Pants. Let's fucking go. Ow. Was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed a longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Holy shit. Ryunosuke's bringing out those fucking Scrabble words, baby! Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sith, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I like how Madame Dispel just fucked off. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Sith. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that he made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And yet you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. Bonk. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? I can't figure this shit out for myself, please. Just fucking tell me the answer. I'm a goddamn drama whore. Have you seen me? I'm a fucking theater kid. Like, maid attorney. Like, I need to fucking know the tea. Right now, man.
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is.
I honestly don't know.
Which part of Dr. Sith's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Hold on. You claim you were coerced into helping him as a result of a note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene in the crime to implicate the defendant. That's true. You authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. That's true. So it's gotta be the coercion, right? Because she's fucking evil. She's fucking evil. It's gotta be the first one. Dr. Sith, clearly you weren't really coerced by some letter at all. What? If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen.
That's his maybe.
So why don't you present it to the court, if the assertion vexes you?
Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest. Counsel, need I remind you that it was you yourself who established the coercion?
Shit. Fuck. God damn it.
I'm afraid that little cry is insufficient recompense for such a blunder. I shall have to penalize you.
Fuck me. Really? It's the stabbing of the victim? I guess. But like... the wording of this claim. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. Right? So like, I don't know, it doesn't... She did though. The answer's very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, We can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? By her own testimony, right? No! That is the misapprehension! My God! When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Ow. Oh, fuck my legs! Oh, fuck! But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Shit! Oh, fuck! He probably lost consciousness for a while, but then when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Sith appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. I mean, why would you overhand that when he's like kneeling like that? Wait. Why is he mad about that? Why is he mad about that? Is it because it's actually the fucking daughter? And he's trying to protect her? I'm like losing myself in this fucking made-up plot in my head. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage tricker, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Sith.
Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You fucking bitch. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Objection! I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic! Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
Yeah, unfortunately not as airtight as Edgeworth's logic. It's because I only have one brain cell. I can't put the facts together like he does, you know?
What?
What do you mean?
I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
Mr. Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Sith there. Shit.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True. There's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Bitch, what? I don't know what you're referring to! What? What is it?
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
Fuck. I don't know what I'm objecting to. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind.
What? What is it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once!
Bitch, I don't know! I don't fucking know! Where's the game going with this? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sith would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The Iron Mask, I guess, but like, why? But why, though? But for what reason? Scalpels is stupid. Scalpels is a fucking garbage answer, but like... Why? Why does the Iron Mask? I don't understand. There's nothing to this other than the fucking lock. The Iron Mask? It's the Iron Mask.
You've lost me.
Huh? Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but why the Iron Mask? Well, of all the things I saw yesterday, it left the greatest impression. Fuck, wait, why then? Ah! What is it then? I don't understand. The screwdriver? Why? Why? For what reason? Why? Am I not remembering something with the scalpels? Like, I thought this was a fucking joke answer, but now I'm really reconsidering. Because I thought it was, like, for sure the Iron Mask. I didn't know why, but, like... Why would it be the screwdriver? What happened with scalpels? Did it have to do with her daughter? I don't know. I'm gonna say the screwdriver. It's the screwdriver. Or should I say Master Andrew? You lost me. Fuck! I need her to panic when I fucking... I don't understand why it's scalpels! Groans of frustration intensified. I don't remember what the fuck they said about scalpels! What the fuck did they say about scalpels? What do scalpels have to do with this? It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
Why? What happened with scalpels? I forgot. Oh my... I just... Fuck! God damn it! Now I remember the fucking... The money! She bought so many scalpels! But like, supposedly bought so many scalpels. I don't... But why were... How was that a motive for murder, though? I don't understand. She spent money, but like, it's not for scalpels, but it's for scalpels, right? But like, why? What's the significance? The word seems to have struck a chord, Doctor.
You. Come on, out with it.
It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. I snooped at your shit, and this is legal, right? Look at this big thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
I mean, again, for a hospital, I guess that doesn't seem that bad, but like... they need sharp ones, man.
500 scalpels a month?
At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. How was I supposed to put this together? I don't have any evidence in my fucking court record that reminds me of that. The game has to remind me because my memory is dog fucking shit. Okay? I literally have a lizard brain. They need to fucking remind me. Fuck. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sith's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Again, you could have just said you fucked up, girly. You know? I think people would have gotten over it.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Clearly, the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
You'll never understand. None of you! What we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Where's my big dramatic breakdown, girly? I want like the goofiest fucking animation you got in your register, my ma'am. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established until you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sith will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you have done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, don't you want to get revenge on that fucking bitch? Fuck that woman. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you, all these years. super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brains, mock scientists that are the worst, you know. True. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. I only have one eye. Fuck them. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber. I think that robot hand is going to break my witness stand. You're going to have to pay for that, you know?
Fuck you, I'm still poor. I didn't get any of that Asmon money. Fuck. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that led Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. Wait, why? The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Logate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account on those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. Oh, I guess. Hold on. Huh. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sith to be precise. Well, how did he even know? Right? That's the question that I have. How did he figure it out? Like, how did he know? Like, he had to have seen the person that shot the professor, right? It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. Honestly, I think I'm rather better at the magician part. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. My singular eye, because the other one is gone. And about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. How did you know? Like, did he was a dark graveyard and a guy just rose from a grave? I don't think I would have been looking around for a shooter. I mean, I guess, but like, my question is like, how does he know? Everything about that fucking case was confidential, and it's not like he had a personal tie to the case, right? Unless he did. Like, how does he know who the coroner for that case was, you know? When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. I still think y'all are fucking. I'm not letting it rest. I ain't letting it rest. I also haven't seen, like, any overtly, like, expressive breakdowns yet. So I can't believe it until it happens, okay? Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Maybe they made some info public because they had to confirm the professor died, so there would have to be a coroner. Do they have to release, like, the identity of, like... I mean, I guess. Like... It's confusing to me, like, why his face is a secret in the first place, you know? Like, why is there so much wrapped up in mystery with that case? It's confusing. Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. Just because he's fucking stupid doesn't mean he deserves to be implicated for murder. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. Don't fucking kid yourself. That man had no future in science. He was a fucking hack, and you know it. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. He also had some ties to bodies in science, so maybe that's how he knew. I mean, I guess. But he got, like, kicked out of that shit. I guess, you know, network's still there. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I don't feel bad. That guy fucking sucks. Fucking instantaneous kinesis, my goddamn ass. Just one of these fucking days. One of these fucking days. Like, I want there to be a fake out of, like, a villain. A villain seeming, like, really sad, right? Like, really sad, and then at the last fucking minute being like, I don't fucking regret anything! I don't fucking regret shit! Deserved! Deserved!
Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Sith?
An immediate arrest for her, an immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. Godot was kind of like that. That's true, yeah. See, but Godot was, like, actually in the right. You know, I'm talking about someone that is, like, very much in the wrong, but was like, I don't fucking care. I'm bad. You know? Like Godot killed because he was, like, protecting fucking... It was, like, Maya, right? I think? He was protecting Maya, so he accidentally, quote-unquote, like, he, you know, defended her by killing, Misty or whatever. But, if I'm remembering it right, I don't know. But I want someone that is, like, fully fucking in the wrong. He said he could have done so many more things to protect her better. See, that implies regret, you know? Which means, in the end he did it to take revenge. Yeah. Like, I just think, like, it'd be really funny if there was a villain that was just like, I don't feel bad. I got caught. I did it. You know, it was illegal. It was wrong. But I don't care. No regrets.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow.
Has she? Because she fucking sucks, kinda.
However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain.
Something's gonna happen to fucking Courtney, because obviously her story's not over because she's got a fucking daughter. Which, by the way, I don't care if they disprove it. I still think it's Drebber's fucking daughter. I don't care if that's not how it's going. I still think it's Drebber's daughter.
Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. Honestly, man, you really should watch when they build your shit. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
Sick. Do I get my grant money back? This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. All of my dreams have been shattered. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and, above all, a fool.
Professor, you're completely correct. Yeah, I can't really bring it in myself to comfort you on that one. You're just right. Yeah, you are fucking stupid. But that's okay, Albert. I'm still your friend.
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true. You're great in that you're pretty fucking funny. You are the funniest friend I had at university. Okay? You were there as my comedic relief, and everyone knew it, and it was great, okay? You were great. Courtney Sith was a bitch. Fuck her.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and he's alone. His outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks, you do have a soft spot. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, call you a fool. Talentless, even. Again, not wrong. However, you're very entertaining when you try, so no one's going to stop you. The man has no idea how fucking stupid you are. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable.
Although it's still a little bit laughable.
I take back all of that German traitor stuff I said before. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barrick. Oh, come here, Bear. Come on, bring it in, bring it in. No, absolutely, don't fucking call me that.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
I want a case where straight up the jury is just fucking bribed, and they vote me guilty anyway.
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Ah, what's that? He's done, is he? It's all over. Do I put the black one or the white one?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. In fact, I think I actually never worked there. I was just kind of a fanboy.
The jury has no part of, like, the last half of the case. Yeah, pretty much.
Very well, in that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant, husband and wife, not guilty.
Ah, yes. Safe. So safe. Not a fire hazard at all.
Court is adjourned.
Hell yeah. I'm just surprised that the jury, like, other than the fucking police officer, had nothing to do with the case. I think this is the least involved the jury was in this entire game. It's over.
That was some trial. Oh!
24th of October, it's almost Halloween, which is gay Christmas. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is it? It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, my fucking machine. I spent so much money on that. I ate nothing but, stale bread with mayonnaise on it for 5 fucking months. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Zato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation and a really, really, really bad theory.
Right now, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, it's very kind, but I'm just a student, so I guess I don't get paid. You should see Leighton X Right. The core has a giant fire pit in it. Oh, I've played it. I've played it. They straight up dropped the fucking guilty party into the fire. It's kind of hardcore.
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Fucking speak for yourself, Susato. I need to bring home some fucking food, okay?
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Oh, you mean the thing that, it was completely false? I'm surprised you played it. Not many people played that one. You own it? Oh, yeah. I played it, like, when it fucking came out on the 3DS. God. Remember the fucking 3DS. God. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I'm not gonna read it. Probably not gonna understand most of it.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Honestly, probably wallow in my own tears for, a good while, and then I'll probably try to come up with another hypothesis, and then, people are going to, investors are going to see my criminal record, even though I was, acquitted. They would still see that I have an arrest record, so they probably wouldn't give me any research grant money. And then I'm going to die alone in the streets. Perhaps I'll live with Barrick, I don't know. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. Aha! But still, it's been too long since I was lost in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Game's worth like $110 now. It's one of the pricier games you own. That's crazy. I can't allow that. Hi. You're going to hang out with me at my place, and we'll talk about the old days, okay? Hairbrain, Albert, come on. Al. We haven't seen each other in fucking years, and you don't immediately come to my house to, gossip? Come on, man. Like, what are we? Lord Van Seeks! What are you doing in here?
Oh, Barrick!
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You're much scarier than you were in college. But that's okay. It's a good look on you. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. It was a bit, you know... What's the word? Thrilling, exhilarating, titillating even.
You're one of the few true friends I have. That's sad. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Aww. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? Aww.
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. Haha, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. Why? What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. Oh, he's worried about his Reaper shit! No! That's sad. That's sad! Love the characters in these games. They did a great job with them, though I think you like the ones in the first game slightly better, but only slightly. I like the characters, like, as characters, and I like their animations, just idly, like, especially, Hairbrain here, and, like, I'd say the 3 big standouts, maybe 4 big standouts, are Hairbrain, Van Zieks, Sholmes, and, Natsume. Like, those are the 4 whose animations I really, really, really like. However, I do think that the breakdown animations are pretty lackluster. From what I've seen so far, you know, like those are usually like my favorite part of the trial, because it's like, oh yeah, they're losing their fucking mind right now, you know, yeah. Jebra has the best animations by far. Oh yeah, I fucking forgot about Jebra. Yeah, he's the 5th one too. Sham Spears is great. Oh well, Sham Spears are weird,
But no, hold on a minute, Barrick. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Or else my fucking curse is going to kill you. Ugh. I know it's probably not, like, actually a curse, and he doesn't believe it's a curse, and he probably knows the truth behind his quote-unquote curse. But, like his Reaper shit, right? But I like to believe.
Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick. What happened to the lovey-dovey Barrick that I knew in university? You were following me around like a lost puppy. You were so short back then.
Shut up. Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about? He just wants to take 0 chances? Probably, yeah. A necessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris once told me that, when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yeah, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
I mean, in the entire time we've known him, we've only had, what, 1 person die because of his Reaper shit? Gina's the big confirmation, though. Natsume took off right away. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, Gina's fine. Like, she's literally an inspector. She's okay. Unless something happens to her. In which case, you know, she won't be okay. But I doubt they're gonna fucking kill Gina, you know? I don't think that they'd kill Gina, but I think maybe she might get maimed. You know? She might be, you know, fucking non-lethally shot or something. She's fine, though. She grew up in the fucking East End slum. She can survive it. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? I mean, Germany's... I guess it is overseas. I keep forgetting that, you know, Great Britain is an island. Those in the Reaper sites meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. Yeah, the only reason Magilda died is because he was a fucking conniving bastard. Britain's literally an island. Everyone seems to forget that unless they live right there. Yeah. I keep forgetting that it's not landlocked with the rest of Europe. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Aww. That's sweet. Barrick, you do care. However, I do have to say this is rather unscientific of you. I don't believe in any curses or anything. Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. That's sad. Does your friendship package get any say in it? Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? What? Fucking baby? What do you have to say about it, huh? If Van Zieks is an ancestor, I feel like this kind of shows he's probably Edgeworth's. Yeah. Like, just his genuine fucking concern for his friends. Like, this is kind of the equivalent of Edgeworth hearing that Phoenix fell in a fucking river, and he's like, I'm gonna take a private jet there right now at 3 in the fucking clock o' morning. In court where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. He's a fucking tsundere, Rinosuke. You should know this. You're literally Japanese. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Harebrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany.
I don't think so. I barely know English, my man.
Anyway, goodbye for now.
Look at you, you fucking tsundere bitch. Like, this is the equivalent. I guess this is case 3. This is the equivalent of, like, Edgeworth's case 3 heart to heart with Phoenix, right? Where he's like, I should have never seen your face again. It brings up unnecessary feelings. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? I have a theory. I think you... No. Actually, no. You defended McGilded, he still fucking died. I was going to say you probably, you know, nullify the curse or something, but... What is these unnecessary feelings I have? Like, what the fuck were the unnecessary feelings? Uncertainty and something. Unease. Oh, unease and uncertainty. You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. We're gonna chat in the courtroom again? Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Maybe the curse is lifted. Maybe he's just in a good mood because his good friend is going to survive. The Enigma, Barrick Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Okay. For a second, I thought the game was gonna fucking to be continued me. Can we unlock this fucking mask? Oh, hi, Kazuma! I forgot you were here! Sorry, babe! So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yeah, I think so. Are you good? You're good, right? Cause you guys were like friends. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence can be proven. Me too, but anyway. I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity toward you Nipponese comes from. Okay, you know, it almost sounded like you were going to work on that. However, you said you Nipponese again, so I'm not sure you're very sincere about that. Honestly, I kind of forgot. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. And, to be honest, kinda right. One thing you miss in the later cases, the hand-raising that Naruhodo did when he was nervous. Oh, yeah, like, I think it's telling because he, you know, he builds his confidence, you know? So he doesn't do that anymore. He's like, oh, I don't need permission to fucking answer in court. I'm literally a lawyer. But now I think differently. You've just got, like, history, huh? You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? What's your beef, dude? What's your fucking damage? Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. It's just a cute animation. Yeah.
He took your brother's life.
I'm fucking telling you. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. I think it's Susato's dad. I'm saying that now because he was literally introduced as Professor Mikotoba, and it would be really fucking, you know, really fucking emotional if Susato's dad was the serial killer. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. Hold on. Fuck. I don't have access to my court record. Fuck. I wanted to check his age. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Oh, so it's like Edgeworth's dad. Yeah. Except prosecutor. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Yeah, it is your father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. Oh no, he's Dr. Mikotoba, not Professor. But he was a professor, right?
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. Can you just say Japanese? Like, it's vaguely fucking insulting that you keep saying that.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirits, and it made a very great impression upon me. And then, you know, I got my fucking heart broken. You know, I was a minor, so they couldn't fucking date me, and then I got mad. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Benzeeks. Truly. But, what the fuck does that have to do with the Japanese people? Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. So I became racist. No, when I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? No? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in courts was conducted as a closed trial. Conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. That's crazy. We would have fucking died, honestly. You guys have, like, way more fucking, military power than us? What? A war between Britain and Japan?
But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say that the professor was...
Yeah. Oh.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum.
By which I mean I stole it.
So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Who?
That's the professor?
Who?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
Who?
Was Japanese.
Oh, it's just okay. I thought it was someone we recognized. I was like, yeah. he kind of was like building up to that. Yeah, no shit. Duh. I'm sorry, hold on. I know you don't have fucking logic powers like Andros, but you should have put it together a little bit earlier, you know? Oh, I don't think this is him, though. I think it's someone else, you know? I think he got framed.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, fuck. Kazuma, you good, Pookie? Yeah, there it is. There he is. Oh my! Wait, why does he? What Persona character are you?
Father.
Oh fuck! Oh shit!
What? Father?
Oh fuck! Hi Kazuma, hi Pookie.
Kazuma!
No shit! You didn't see his fucking face? I mean his fucking hair, and we're like,
My
we're
best
immediately
Kazuma.
best
Asogi.
friend, my fucking ass.
After a whole year, finally his memories return.
Oof, oof. Oh, Pookie, put your
He just
headband
did that
back on.
before me.
Pookie, put your headband back on. Hi.
Ryunosuke.
Look at this fucking gaze. Mwah. He's about to cry, bro.
Hello again. My friend.
History said they were best friends.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Thank you for helping his dumb ass. He would not have made it out without you, girly.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
It's so weird having Ace Attorney, like, a game voice acted. Like, beyond just objection clips. It's so weird.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
It started in AI5, or Layton, not sure which came first. I think Layton came first? Oh, like, it just occurred to me, is that his headband on the sword? Huh.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
The fake incident. It's not magically flying around. No, it only works when it's on his head.
It was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since.
Yeah,
along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
And the fucking armband, but yeah.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
God. God. God.
I fucking knew they wouldn't do the Mia plot again. You already have a sword there. You have 2 swords, Zoro style?
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time?
Oh shit.
I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
I think he was framed. I think he was framed! That's gonna be, like, the last case, and then Kazuma's gonna be like, no, my dad did it. And then I'm gonna have to be like, no, he didn't. It's gonna be literally the fucking Edgeworth thing again, except instead of blaming himself, he's like, oh, it's my father. And then I'm gonna have to be like, no, it was some other fucking guy, and it's probably gonna be Susato's dad. Or maybe it's Strongheart. It's probably Strongheart, let's be real. Like, cause it's not... It can't be someone that starts a war, right? So it's gotta be Strongheart, right? You know, it was a joke that he wasn't dead, but now it's just funny. No, it was never a joke for me. I know this fucking series, and I know they wouldn't do the Mia plot again, because they already did the fucking dead mentor plot, and they wouldn't do it again to me like this, especially not when I can't see the body. You know? All I saw was a picture of him on the floor, and that's it. You know? Jeez. Dude? Dude? Hello? What the fuck? Dude, that's straight up wax. You're gonna have to clean your sword.
Kazuma-sama.
Sholmes confirmed it, and Sholmes is always right. I don't know about that one. Why did a wax model sound like that?
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
I'm confused. Did he actually lose his memory? I guess he did, because he, like, screamed in pain when he remembered everything, right? That's so interesting. I thought he was just hiding for some reason. Maybe he went, like, sugar comatose from the Pop-Tarts.
I'll be seeing you.
Oh, that's a fucking somber expression if I've seen one. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Do not fucking set up those death flags! I swear to God, man, I'm gonna fucking kill you myself! Oh, you shit. Oh, you shit. You fuck.
That's all Kazuma said.
No, don't speak. Don't speak in the fucking past tense like that. Don't you fucking dare.
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
This is like the beginning of fucking Detective Conan, where he's like, where Ron is like, I don't know what it is, but it feels like something about the way he left makes me feel like I'm not gonna see him ever again. Oh, hi, Van Zeeks. I forgot you were here. I'm sorry. I was kind of, I was a little absorbed in looking at Kazuma. I forgot you existed in the room. Sorry. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? I mean, yeah, he's his son, but that doesn't make him guilty or anything. Yeah, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. It was more somber and less bye-bye, catch up with you later. Yeah, for sure. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Because he's evil or something! He's either the mastermind or he's the last case's victim. I don't know which! Either way, I think Courtney Sith's daughter is, you know, a psychopath that probably kills people for fun. Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zieks' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. You're not even fazed that your apprentice was... that your apprentice is the son of your brother's killer. Well, quote-unquote killer, but you know. Oh, fuck. I still have this really fucking deep gut feeling that I'm gonna have to face Kazuma in court. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Zuzata-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. I think your dad might be a fucking murderer, but that's like a hypothetical. Hypothetical. I'm not... Like, now that they've brought the war plot into it, I'm starting to think it's not, you know? It's gotta be a British person, or else we're gonna start fucking World War... I guess it would be World War Zero, right? Given the timeline. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took some time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. Oh my god. Oh my god. What if it's like, oh, he made a promise to his late father to become a defense lawyer, but it's like, oh, my dad is a fucking serial killer, so, like, I'm gonna be a prosecutor instead. I don't know. No, but he would have known. Because he got killed, he got executed because he was a fucking serial killer. Why would he make a promise to like a serial killer? Maybe he knows that he's innocent, right? And he's like, oh, I don't want this wax statue depicting my father as, like, some twisted murderer. You know? I don't want this wax statue to exist, which is why I slashed it in half. And it's like, oh, I know my father's innocent, but no one fucking believed me because my testimony meant nothing as a child. Same shit as Edgeworth, you know? The Edgeworth parallels. How many people knew he was a serial killer? They covered up a lot of it, so maybe he didn't know. I mean, I guess. But, like, how else would they explain that he's fucking dead? Like... I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Because people, people be racist, people be sexist. And, to me, they were both. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met. Wow, he never told me about you. But, you know,
For a brief moment,
Oh, shit.
my great friend had returned, only
friend.
to disappear again all too soon.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one fucking bit. They could say he committed a crime and was executed and have to say he was a serial killer. But yeah, but like, would you make a fucking, like, promise to base your career on a man like that? Why would he promise to be a defense attorney if not to defend the innocent? And he's defending the innocent because he knows that his father was innocent, but no one was there to defend him. You know? That's what I'm thinking, because he's one of few fucking, like, Japanese people in England, and who the fuck is gonna defend him? No one wanted to defend Natsume, you know? Until we came around, and we're like, oh, that's sad! And then we took up his case. So, I don't know. Please don't be setting up fucking death flags. I swear to God. I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking uninstall this game if Kazuma dies again. If he fucking dies again, I'm gonna uninstall this fucking game.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time.
Lost? What? What? Something stirred. Something stirred. I haven't heard that phrase in like a non-sexual context in forever.
As if great wheels had been set in motion.
Okay.
I could almost hear them creaking into life.
You could hear creaking and something stirring. So interesting.
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Uh-huh. This sounds like narration that would be at the end of the first half of the game. But, sure. End. Okay. Fuck. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. If you fucking kill Kazuma Asogi for the second fucking time in this game, I will fucking uninstall. I'm serious about this. I was on the fucking copium for the longest time in this game, for the entirety of the first half of this game, up until that fucking reveal where he's like, who is this mysterious man that I recognize for some reason? Like, that was the moment where I was like, oh yeah, Kazuma's fucking alive. But, if they kill him again right after he comes back, because it's like, you never know, because it's like, oh, he comes back in the third case of the second game, and there's 2 more fucking cases. That's at least 2 more victims. Don't fuck me on this. We flipping the table after this one. I'm so fucking tensed. I am so goddamn tense. Like, unbelievably so. I don't know what they're gonna do, and that worries me immensely. But we'll have to figure out what the fuck Twisted Karma and his last bow means. Maybe they're gonna bring Von Karma's bloodline into this. Who fucking knows, man? We'll have to see next time. Anyways, I'm taking tomorrow off because I gotta spend New Year's Eve with the fam. I might, maybe, if time permits, do a small little New Year's stream on Wednesday over on Twitch. Just a little short one. Yeah, Happy New Year's! Happy New Year's, everyone! And then, you know, back to usual. Although, I'll talk about this later in the maybe New Year's stream. Things might be changing around here sometime soon. But you'll have to see what I mean when I talk about it whenever. Alright, see you all then! Bye-bye!